And then we got the VOD started. 1 second, just gonna take a little drink of water before we get going. It's actually quite a lot of water. And there it goes. Hi! Hello everyone! Happy Thursday! Good job everyone. We're just about to the end of the week. We're almost to the weekend. I'm actually starting mine, but you know. Good work today. Good work this week. I hope you have all made it through okay. I hope nothing too crazy has happened. Today was unfortunately kind of one of those days. So we have a review meeting on Thursdays, and some days it's just like we're just left at the end of it. It's right at the end of the day too, so we're always just kind of sitting at the end going, what the fuck was that? And it wasn't that bad. The problem is we have a deadline. The problem is we have a deadline for next week. I'm just like, you guys realize we have like 5 working days to land all of these things, and you're nitpicking. It's like, just approve it, please. So that was not a lot of fun, but I'm also kind of like, all right, it's your time. This is how you want to spend it. That's what it be. Let me say hi to you guys. I did not do that. Hello, Standing. Welcome in. Happy Thursday to you as well. I hope it was a good one. Hello, Mage. I'm sorry it was a day, but I hope you're doing okay. I hope your family's okay as well. I'm sorry about the stuff that you were mentioning before. Hopefully it's not too bad. Fingers crossed. But yeah, aside from that, it's been an okay day, I suppose. I linked it on the Discord, but I found a cool channel today called Abao Visions, which seems to just be a bunch of like high definition travel videos, basically, like train rides, car rides, to nice relaxing music around Japan. And I watched a video that was just like a continuous take for 2 hours, just riding a train through Nagano, and I'm like, I need this right now. I need this calm whimsy in my life. It felt very good. Did break it. Just so radio. Ooh. Falling off a 3-step ladder onto grass. Damn. Yeah. Well, I remember, I don't remember where it was, but I remember many years ago seeing, advice that, especially as you get older, not even like old age, just like adult, that, you fall, and, your first instinct is to put your hands out and catch yourself, but it ends up putting like all of your weight into your wrists. And so that's a really good way to break them, as unfortunately happened, and I'm really sorry about that. I hope she recovers quickly. But yeah, what it was saying is like, yeah, what you want to do is like, you actually want to roll. Funny enough, a couple of years ago, I was out for a jog. It was an evening jog, and I was going along, and I tripped over, what would you call it, like a sidewalk slab tile. You know how they're made out of tiles. One of them was elevated because of tree roots, and I caught my foot on it, and I start going down, and I like have that memory. And I definitely contacted with my hands, because I kind of skinned my palms a little bit, but like as I contacted, rolled into one shoulder and like did a complete roll and landed on my back. It was like, that sucked. It's true. Except in middle school, We did gymnastics classes, and shoulder rolling was one of the only things that I could do worth a damn. Like, I couldn't do a front roll, I couldn't do a forward roll, but I could do a shoulder roll pretty well. And like, however many years later, however many decades later, it finally paid off. But yeah, that's just one of those things that for some reason is like ingrained in my memory of like, if you fall, you want to roll. You don't catch yourself because you're gonna break something. It's almost as bad as just letting the fall happen. It just puts the damage somewhere else. Yes, it's falling with style. But yeah, I'm really sorry, Mage. I hope she does get better. I know it. I know it's hard. I'm just up here like, I don't mean to be dismissive like that. But yeah, I thankfully did not have any falls. I went for a little run yesterday, did not fall down, which is good. I gotta talk to my physical therapist because the last two times I went for a run, on both of the downhill sections, as I was coming to a slowdown, I felt a really sharp pain at the bottom of my kneecap, and I'm like, well, that's not good. And the fact that it happened twice means it wasn't a one-off. I'm like, that's bad. I'm dealing with physical therapy for that hand falling off the toilet onto the bathtub. I was smart to stand on a toilet to kill a spider. It was not, in fact. I had to cancel a PT appointment because can't do it. Yep. Yep. You sure can. Yep, you are officially on break until that gets better. Unfortunate choice of wordings there. Let's see, has anything been happening? Not really. Anything been happening? No, it's been pretty quiet. I did get a little more model work done yesterday in between deadlock games. You are no longer allowed to stand on things. Your mountain goat energy is weak, and you are not allowed to stand on things anymore. New ground rules. So yeah, model work is going pretty well. What am I thinking? I realize I've kind of given myself more work than I think I meant to. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll pay off nicely. It's just now I'm kind of looking at how much I actually will need to do to make some of the ideas work, and I'm like, oh, shit. Well, it should be fun. It should be fun. It'll give a cool few like toggleable things that'll be fun to turn on and off and have for different scenarios. So I think it'll be nice. I think it'll be fun. I think once I get everything set up, it'll work well. You know, I've been using this model for like 2 or 3 years. And, you know, this one is iterative on the first model. And the new model is iterative on this model. So it's not like, you know, we're going to get to a point where I go, oh, you know, this is out of use. We're not going to do it anymore. It's more like, yeah, we're building in new functionality that will ideally last forever. I mean, maybe a little presumptive. At some point, I do need to go in because there's some stuff that like Live 2D is able to do now that it wasn't before, and just better ideas that people have come up with, and better methodologies that people have come up with, that I want to look at that and be like, oh, that's better than what I have. I should redo this process because I think it's going to be cleaner and nicer than what I've had in the past. So that'll be sort of interesting to figure out. But yeah, I think it'll progress pretty well. And you know, having Fridays open to do stuff now is definitely going to help out a lot. Um, and then yeah, I can just have the train on in the background and just be like, wow, I want to go places. I I miss travel. I feel like as I'm getting older, I just want something quiet and simple. You know, I feel like when you're younger, you want to be like where all the stuff is and where the action is. You want to, you know, be in the shite. You want to be in the exciting places. And at this point, I'm just like, I don't know. Quiet little town sounds kind of nice, as long as it has good internet. I feel like good internet and quiet living do not typically exist in the same place, and that makes it a little bit difficult. Like I still want my fiber. I just want to have the fiber and the nature. I don't know. I think in part because I've typically lived in places that are like in close-ish proximity to larger areas, that I'm always like, that seems like a good deal to me. Like, you know, if I want to, I can go to the city, but I don't live in the city. City living seems insane to me. I don't get how people do it. And I know some people just get really used to it, but I don't think I could ever do that. Yeah, I think actually being an urbanite is just beyond my capability. One of my friends lived in the city and they moved out closer pretty recently, which I imagine has been a bit of a shock to them, but probably a good one. I feel like living in the city is a lot to deal with. Um, yeah, I don't know. I we're still sort of ramping things down at work. I've lived in a town with less than 2,000 people your entire life. I think even moving to my area might be a culture shock for you. Just getting like living in a place where it's like, oh, it's like 4 o'clock. Yeah, you can't really drive anywhere right now. Like you can. It's just gonna be a real pain in the ass. That's been the biggest sort of frustration with streaming. You know, that you know, I want to pick up dinner for the average age is 7. That's a hell of a population graph. You know, I want to pick up dinner, and it would be nice to finish work and go get dinner and have dinner right before the stream. But if I wait until work is over, it takes like sometimes twice as long to go somewhere, right? So typically, if I want to do that, I will want to go more around like 3 o'clock or something and just pick it up ahead of time. You know, maybe something that's enough that I can have part of it as lunch and then have the rest for dinner. But it becomes a whole like planning process. You know, the retirees are like, let's go here. This is nice. This is good. But then it kind of makes sense, right? Because the available services and everything and the infrastructure is sort of built to accommodate that, and it becomes more appealing, and so that attracts more people of a similar bracket, and it snowballs. It makes sense though. I don't know. I think it's good to have like different styles of living, different areas of living that are going to work well for different people. Um, I think in general, like good trains and bus services and everything should be essential regardless. But, you know, I say that, but you can tell that I have, experiences based on a certain style and demographic of living. 'Cause, I have coworkers out in like what's west of the Midwest? Like, what is the Minnesota, Kansas, Nebraska area called? Because that's not the Midwest. The Midwest is a little bit east of that, counterintuitively, because America names all their regions stupidly. Great Plains, I guess. But sort of out in the middle of the country, you have properties that are separated by a couple miles, right? You have people that your nearest neighbor is like a 10-minute drive away. So trying to have, public transit to support those people is really hard because you're basically just driving a bus out to accommodate like 5 families. Lakefront properties make young homeowners almost impossible. I hate lakefront properties. I totally understand the appeal. I totally understand why people want to have lakefront properties. If I could afford it, I would definitely be open to the idea. I think it would be very nice. But as someone that likes to bike along the lakeshore, being separated from the lake, the actual shoreline, by like 50 to 100 feet, so that people can have their fancy ass houses, and I don't get to actually like remotely approach the water, it's like, well, fuck you too. You better be paying through the nose for that shit. I don't know. We need more parks. We need more parks. We already have a lot of parks around here, but we need to reclaim the lake for the people. We need to take the lake and give it back to the people. Not my best Bane impression. I've done better. So yeah, I don't know. I think my plan tomorrow, I might meet up with a friend for dinner, but I'm probably gonna do some more work on the model. Probably go for a nice bike ride. I am enjoying just having Fridays available to. I don't know. I'm not trying to like push super hard on anything on Fridays. Sundays are kind of my catch up day a little bit. And then obviously Saturdays we have the stream together. But I think right now I'm still sort of in a mindset of like I don't want to do nothing, but I'm also not in like a full on work mindset, I guess. I'm tired. I'm tired, and this month, between the project ending and ending on a really insane deadline is just like, what the fuck? It's been a lot. It's been pretty crazy. Obviously there's a lot of details that I can't go into, and I will probably, frankly, never be able to go into because NDAs are fun. But it has not been a great time. Um, so yeah, a lot of my coworkers are, looking for work already, and some people are even like putting in applications and sort of hearing back on stuff. And I think that's a really good idea. I wish them all the best, and I definitely need to get to doing that at some point. But I'm also just kind of in a mindset of, I just want a break, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do like a full-on vacation and travel somewhere, but I definitely just want to take a little while and like play some games and read some books and sleep and work on my own stuff and just not stress about it for a while. Little while. If I can. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So it's about 5 more weeks. About 5 more weeks of the routine. It's gonna be super weird. Take some time to have a life. Exactly. It is so easy to just get on the hamster wheel and just run. And like that's what I do most of the time, right? Is I just have my weekly routine, and it is very comfortable and straightforward, and I like to do it. And I just do it. And then things that kind of upset the routine, I'm like, I'm nobody. But yeah, like I started. I've talked before about how I started streaming around the same time that I started the job. So the stream schedule and the work schedule, evolved hand in hand. And then, I started. Actually, no, I started doing the exercise during the dark times, the indoor times. So that was there beforehand. But then, I sort of modified things according to that and sort of built everything together. And, this is going to really sort of change a lot of that. It's going to rebalance a lot of things. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see, like, oh, I have time now. What do I want to do with it? That's gonna be the big question. Um, I there's those like you have 3 options, pick 2 of you can have time, you can have energy, and you can have money. A lot of times it's sort of an age thing of like when you're young, you have time and energy but no money because you're a teenager, and then when you're an adult, you have money and energy but no time, and when you're retired, you have time and money but no energy. And I guess I'm gonna be like nice in that little sweet spot of like, at least for a little while, I can have all 3. That said, I don't want to go crazy over the money thing, so I will definitely have to get back into the mindset at some point, but just for a little while. Just for a little while. I want to have a vacation. Life screwed me over with health. That do happen sometimes. Unfortunately. It does become a different sort of balancing act. And yes, I have been very lucky, and I do recognize that I have been lucky. Yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting. It's been all right. So the plan that I have tonight, which is going to be an interesting plan. We have the animations that we've been working on, right? The walk cycle and the run cycle. Last time we were messing around a little bit with the cabling, connecting Jordan and the book together there was some weird behavior in there. We got it working okay, but not great. So we're definitely going to need to play around with that more. But not tonight. What I want to do tonight, and I actually wrote some of these things down so that would be easier to remember. That is the wrong post-it note. There it is. So, first idea, we have those two animations, but they're currently saved or set as level sequences. And we need to get those from level sequences to actual animations that the come on, Kaiga, use your words, that the character will be able to make use of. So figuring out what that section of the pipeline is going to look like. I don't think it's going to be very hard. I say that watches take all 4 hours to figure it out, but I can't imagine that they would have like this obvious part of the process that everyone is going to want to use and not make it, you know, relatively easy to access, you know? So that's one. Part 2, or option 2, section 2, I don't know what 2 this would be. B, let's just call it B. We have the throwing animation, right? So right now, Jordan's running along, and you kind of just point and click, and it just launches the book. There's no action or behavior that Jordan does to sort of support that. So we could get started on the throw animation, which I think would be a really important one, all things considered. And then C, the animations that we have done have exposed a little bit of weirdness in the weight painting. So the weight painting is essentially saying, you know, you have this joint in the character, you know, this bone in the character. It has control over these vertices, and it shares control with the nearby bones. So, you know, if you're looking at the arm, the vertices that sort of wrap through the very middle of the elbow should probably be about 50-50 control between the upper arm bone and the forearm bone. And then as it goes into the forearm, you know, the weighting should favor the forearm bone, but still have a little bit of control given to the upper arm, just to sort of smooth out the movement, right? So there are a couple areas, particularly in like the underarm region, where the weight painting is not super good, and you get some weird like movement that shouldn't really be happening. So we could go in and do a little bit of modification there just to clean up some of our animations, make it a little bit better. And then the final thing would be setting up the skeleton and rig for some facial animation, because we have not really done that. Do we even have? I think I set up bones for the eyes at one point, but I don't remember. So that is definitely something that we can do. And that's kind of the plan, right? What, bones for the eyes? Pour myself some tea real quick. What, do you not have eye bones? Shit, have I been doing this wrong the whole time? I mean, if you think about it, some creatures have eye bones. They've had those like ring bones and the irises to like protect them. If you think about it. Oh, why are your textures broken again? Could you actually hang on? It's looking weird. It's doing a weird thing. This shader system broke or something. Instructions. Something is not happy. Are you going to work? Here, let me see if there's an option, like a simple option for recompiling shaders. Shader recompile. Command recompile shaders. Let's just recompile material shaders and see if that does something. Alright, well, it's being a butt. I don't know why it's being a butt, but we're gonna go over here and we're gonna jump over. Just so that you guys aren't sitting here waiting for me to... That's the wrong thing. There we go. So yeah, Jordan's looking a little ghostly because her shaders are not working the way that they're supposed to. And I don't know why that would be, but it seems like this happens whenever it like loses the texture data. Like it's just not loading it correctly for some reason. Yeah, see, now it's loading in, but I don't want to go through and click every texture. After reopening the project, all my textures and materials are corrupted. Well, they're not corrupted. Reload the texture files and we'll fix it, but it happens to me as well. It's really annoying. Okay, let me see. If I just click on the folder, is there a reload option? No. Re-import? No, we don't need to re-import, we just need to reload. Hello Sonic, happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. Reload? Shit, what was the other command? What is there an extra option in the menu? What menu? Let's see, recompile. Okay, so it doesn't work for textures. I really don't want to re-import this. The option was cat ears. Of course it was. It's not a bug, it's a feature. See, I feel like if I re-import, it's going to do more than I want. I don't want it to re-import. The textures are there, it's just not reading them correctly. The material in the detail panel gets black when I navigate the file. And double click it, it loads up. Yeah, but I'm not gonna double click every single one. Okay, asset instructions. Reload. There we go. I don't know why that isn't more readily accessible, but fine. Okay, so if we go back here. So you can see we do indeed have joints to control the eyes. They might be a little bit out of position, but they are there. And that's the top of the eye. Why do we have separate bottom and middle? Okay, so if we go over here, I don't think we're going to want to move them individually. Okay, so that's controlling, that's trying to control the lid. But it's not doing a great job. It's controlling parts of the face that we don't want it to. This one is the bottom. So that would be doing the same thing on the underside, but you can see that's also messing up. And then if we go to C, there we go. So that should control the movement to the eye. That one looks good. Yeah, that looks alright. Okay, so that's actually in the right position, which is nice, but we will need to re-weight the upper and lower controls so that those move the way that they want, or the way that we want them to. We might even need a more complex setup there. And you can see we have a couple of joints along the eyes here, or along the brows, which I think we actually want to move. You can see they're also controlling way more than they should be. And as with all of this, we don't want to move the joints directly. We want to have a control rig that we move, and then that has parent controls to move the bones around. But right now we only have this one control in place to, what's the word? To move the entire head. And actually what I want to do while we're in here really quickly is I want to go to the shape data. Let's see, module assets, module hierarchy, rig hierarchy. I want to see if I can modify the position of that, just so that it is not in such an awkward position that's hard to work with. Let's see if I can't remember how to do that. Here we go. Alright, so I believe it's going to be Z up. Okay, so are we on the... I think we're on FK right now. Okay, so if I select this, this is, yeah, it's a head IK control. So I want to go over here. We go back to the head IK. Go shape, color, transform, rotator. Okay, so I can scale it. But you won't let me move it. Why is that? I don't want to change the neck FK. Okay, I feel like I'm getting lost down a rabbit hole here that I'd rather not be in, but let's just mess with this really quickly. Okay, so yeah, it won't move, it won't rotate. Hmm. Visible, yes. Yeah. I mean, I can make it bigger. But you can see it's not... doesn't make it positioned any better. It's just a little bit easier to spot. What I would like to do is essentially position it like a halo. Move, control shapes. Just gonna mute this video really quickly and see if he shows me. Yeah, so that's where we make the shape. And then sets all kinds of... okay. So this is how to like create rig objects or rig shapes, which is cool and good. But not exactly what I want to do. And the scale. Okay, let's revisit this later because I think it's not going to be immediate to what we want to do right now. Main thing that we want to do, I went down a side path again, as is my way. But for right now, we wanna play with this, right? Oh, what is your physics doing? That seemed not right. And the animation seems fine. That's not changed at all, but the physics is going fucking nutso. The physics on the hair specifically is like spazzing the fuck out. Also, just out of curiosity, how's the rope's kind of behaving tonight, but it's still vibrating a lot. We're gonna want to see if we can figure out a way to reduce that later. Okay, well, and now the physics seems happy. So I don't know why I was so freaked out before. I mean, frankly, I would like it to be more dynamic than it is right now. The hair feels very stuck in place for the most part. So if I could get it to be more energetic than it is right now, but less than it was a minute ago, that would be nice. Okay, but notes for later. In fact, let me write those things down just so I don't forget to do them later. Good. Alright, so let's see. I was trying to find something that would explain how to export our level sequences to an animation, but I didn't find anything immediately helpful. Maybe this one will. It's only about 45 seconds long, which makes me think that it's not a super hard process, but let's see. Okay, go to control rig, and then right click, create linked animation sequence. Okay, so we're gonna right click on the control rig. Okay, that is not an option right away. So, oh, they're clicking on the character at the top. Okay, so we can create a linked sequence. We can bake an animation sequence. We can bake a pose asset. Okay. Okay, so I think this does actually answer it. And the difference from what the video was saying, so if you create a linked animation sequence, then the animation file that it saves out will update as we update the level sequencer, right? So if we go back and we make modifications, we change things, it will then update the animation based on our changes. If we bake it, and I realize you guys can't see the right click menu because of how OBS works, but if you have the bake animation sequence option, that's the second one, it will create a static file. If you want to modify it, you have to rebake it and either override it or make a new file. So I think for right now, we're going to create a linked sequence because I don't think anything that we've created is a finalized version. Maybe down the line, you know, as we get closer to final production, we'll be like, okay, I'm happy with all these. Let's just go ahead and bake them down to simplify the file structure, and we can start, you know, cleaning up the size of the project and optimizing everything. But that is far future, like distant future, like grim dark future. So we're gonna work less destructively or with less finality. We're gonna create a new animation asset. I need to remember where I actually have these saved out because I never can, because I'm silly. Okay, I think Okay, so they're not in the animation folder like you would expect them to be. They're in the character animation folder. Yeah, that sort of makes sense. Okay, so we want characters, animations. Let's do Jordan animation sequences. I think that should make sense. Oh, wait. Wait. I think yeah, I know you failed to create the asset because I told you not to do it. Yeah, that'll work. Actually, here, let's do this. Let's rename this to level sequences. And then we'll make a new folder. Or no, you already did it. Okay, sure. You know what? That works too. And then we will use the existing folder, animation sequences, for the exported out versions. Okay, so go again, character, animations, Jordan, animation sequences. And yeah, the part that I wanted to back out on, which you guys can't see, is at the bottom I can save the animation name. So we're going to call it Jordan Run Loop F. Let's go ahead and call it 01. Just because there's a non-zero chance that I'm going to wind up creating multiple run animations of some type. Export transforms, morph targets, material curves, record in world space, interpolation linear, delay before start. Okay, that all looks good. So now if we go in here, there it is. So I'm noticing the physics in here are still like really janky and bobby. But we'll work on that. And then if I go to asset details. Okay, so what I'm noticing is I forgot to disable the root motion, which is why she's able to run forward like that. There we go, force root lock. So I guess we can leave the root motion where it is. That looks pretty good, aside from the physics being way too strong. The hair physics are going kind of crazy, but let's just leave it there for now. We will resolve that. Yeah, now I don't know if the hair physics are too energetic or not energetic enough. I guess we'll find out as we go. But let's go ahead and close this down for a second, because what we need now is her animation blueprint. We need to go to should be in here. I think it's this file. Yes. And then I'm gonna go back here. And we drag this new one in here. And then we plug that in and compile it. And that might be it. Let's find out. That was the wrong play button. She's doing the thing! Except she stopped doing the thing. So, in the air. Where is the option to make it loop? Is it in here? That's an ear. That's not going to help us. Is it in here? Yeah, so see, it gets to the end and then it just stops. Oh, what's wrong there? Let's go ahead and save. And then let's see if that was enough. Let's see if that fixed it. Goes through that. Okay, no, it is still stopping after a period of time. Okay. Is it in the blueprint? Perhaps. Perchance. Okay, let's check this. So idle to run, speed of screen enter animation. We have that. Okay, where is the falling loop? There you are. Okay, so yeah, there's no like I don't see anything that says it has to specify a looping animation unless it's... Default looping behavior of this animation as the players can override this. See, it makes me think somewhere in here. Character, animation, get velocity, fall distance. Okay, so that's not really... Oh! Why is that turned off? Okay, I found it. So now we compile. And then that should do it. We still gotta deal with that landing animation. That's not good. Yeah, there we go. She's doing it. She's doing the run thing. It actually goes back to the idle animation pretty cleanly. Not perfectly. You can see there's kind of a weird thing where like if the leg is out in front, it sort of like comes back in a way that's not the most ideal, but that's honestly pretty common in video games, so I'm not gonna like hold myself to account on dealing with that personally. If we can fix it, that would be really cool, but I'm gonna consider that like a stretch goal. So now, because we have it, let's go ahead and set up the walk animation to run at a lower speed. I'm gonna have to remember what her movement speed is. See, part of the problem with keyboard and mouse is you typically don't have options for different movement speeds, right? It's a button. It is go or don't go. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be one of those things, like if you're using a gamepad, you'll see this, but if you're using a keyboard, you probably won't. But all the same, we should go ahead and do it. So let's go back to our level sequencer. Let's find our animations, right? We're gonna go to character, animations, Jordan, level sequences. Should be this one. Walk cycle? Yeah, that looks right. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Good. Let's go ahead and create the linked sequence as well. We're going to output it to character, animations, Jordan, animation sequences. We're going to call it, well, what did I call the other one? Try and maintain some semblance. Okay, so we're going to do Jordan walk loop F01. Character animations, Jordan animation sequences, and we're going to call it Jordan walk loop F01. Hit OK, and that should all be good. And then that makes that, and then we can come up here and we hit play, and that goes like that. And then if we turn looping on and we force root lock, there we go. It looks halfway decent. It's like I know what I'm actually doing. Kinda, sorta. Alright, I like that. Good. Okay. Save. And now this is gonna get a little bit interesting because we go back to our general sort of animation graph. Not that one. This one. Right, so we have the idle animation. And then we have the run animation. Now I don't think we want to add a walk animation in here because it's going to create a bunch of different possible states that need to all successfully loop back into each other, which is going to get problematic. Well, if we go into run, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark here. We should be able to get the speed and then maybe do a branch. And if it is greater than a value, what are they called? Gate, is it a branch? It should be a branch. I guess we can do this. So if the speed is greater than, let's say, 100? God, what is her movement speed? How do I find my character's movement speed? Oh, it's probably gonna be in side-scroller character, right? We go up to the very top. And then we go to components. Default values. Swinging timer. Yeah, see, this is all stuff that I've established. There we go. Max acceleration 1024, gravity scale 1, crouch half height, mass 100. Max walk speed 400 centimeters per second. So let's just say it is greater than 350. And then we're going to get a walk animation and bring it in here and attach that there. And then compile. Now what we need to do is figure out a way to actually change the speed without changing any values. Request the character to start crouching. Okay, that might be it. That might be all we need to do. Let's find out. Right. So right now, we're still using the run animation. Oh, there was a good indication in there. Did you see? Right as it starts, right as she turns around, it's using the walk animation. And then as it ramps up, it shifts over into the run animation. So it's kind of working. Unfortunately, pressing control is not setting the character to crouch. So we need to figure out a better way. Let's see, is crouching character movement? Okay, so we're gonna make a branch, and we're gonna set this so if it is false, then go down there. And if it is true, then uncrouch. So that... See, I think the problem is that we are not... Yeah, see, nothing is actually, like, setting a crouch value, or it's not doing anything when we set it. So every time I hit the button, it just keeps telling the character to crouch, but then nothing happens. Here, let me see if I can find something to explain how that works. How to make your character crouch in Unreal 5. No, I don't want to sign up for your dumb thing. Okay. Right click on the content drawer under input and create input mapping. Okay. So content drawer. Input mapping context, input add mapping context. Request the character to stop crouching. The request is processed on the next updated character movement component. On and crouched is crouch. Character movement wants to crouch. Okay, let's check down here. Yeah, see, we don't have any crouching events. Okay, what we might be able to do... We might be able to make something slower, or something... Activate character movement. Movement speed. No, okay. How to make a simple crouching system in Unreal 5. Okay, thank you. Hey, Tishel. It's going okay. We got the animations kicked out. Now we're just sort of figuring out how to test them a little bit. How are you doing? How's your Thursday? Right, so I've got that. Okay. Of course there is. Okay. Oh. Okay, that might be the problem. Okay, so yeah, we go over here. And we have to search for crouching. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, fine. Fine. Warmer weather is nice. It's been kind of cold and rainy the last few days, but the clouds broke this evening, and it looks like it's gonna be a very nice weekend, which means I should be able to get some outside time. I'm doing okay. It was kind of a crazy day, but it's basically gonna be crazy until the end of the month, just because we have a deadline to try and hit. And after that, it should calm down. Walk off ledges while crouching, can crouch, okay. I'm just going through the rest of this video to make sure we don't miss anything. It goes like that. Okay, cool. So let's hide this for a bit. Nope, that was the wrong window. There we go. And then let's hide that. And if this works as intended, then our character should be running around. Excellent, love her. And then if I hold control, okay, so it does switch the walk animation, but it puts her into the floor because of how the capsule is moving. Whoop, sure. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Get rid of that. Bring this back. Okay, so you... Oh, what is your default height value? Okay, capsule half height is 96. Okay, so default value is 88 because sure, why not? Okay, changing that didn't mess with anything, did it? A little bit. She's kind of in the ground now. So that's weird and awkward. I guess we'll put that back to 96. And then if I set it to 40... Oh... Okay, I kind of get it. Oh, warm water. I thought you said warm weather. Is it just warm water? Like it's not tea? Okay. Let me put the video back on because this is a little bit weird. More with it. Just warm wine. Well, you know what? You do you. Okay, while we're watching this, I want to test something. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I remember this part. Okay. We'll need to mess with this more later, but I want to skip ahead. Okay, I see why he's doing that. Okay. So the part that I'm confused about right now is when we start playing, Jordan is where she is supposed to be, but then the capsule half height puts her into the ground. Because it's not keeping the position of everything. I think folks in passion for specific tea brewing though. You are brewing it in cold water? Just drink the water and ignore the tea. I don't think there's a wrong way to make tea as long as you're enjoying it. I mean, I do cold brew tea and warm brew tea in a kettle. I know people that just microwave the water. I used to just microwave the water, but then we had a kettle and it's like, oh, I might as well use it. So, what I need to figure out. See, I don't think we want to mess with the arrangement of things in here, and even in the guy's video when he was showing the blueprint, the skeletal mesh is inside the control of the capsule component like we have. So I don't think that's the problem. Edible when inherited. Okay, so yeah, don't hide it for a minute, because I want to see... Yeah, see, we have the capsule, and then it goes half height. Oh, it goes very small. But let's ignore that part for a minute, because whether it shrinks down too much or not, it's still... I don't think it should be moving the character that much, right? I feel like it shouldn't be moving the character at all. Navigation, each slot component tick, physics, collision, tags. Yeah, see, okay, let's see. Because when the guy was doing his video, it wasn't moving the character as a consequence. Why not? Why is mine getting dragged around? And his isn't. Skeletal mesh moved by capsule height. My character is floating unless I set the capsule height. Well, that seems... looks like a basic scene component. It's an empty offset. It will not give you the same effect as a capsule component. Add a capsule component, move it in the space of the root component, then rotate the mesh. Is that what I missed? No, the capsule component is on top. Let's see what this guy shows. Okay. No, that seems fine. So what am I missing here? It will not give the same effect as a capsule component. Add a capsule component and move it in place of the root. Then rotate the mesh to align with the forward direction, the axis in the lower left corner of the character preview. Okay, yeah. Capsule component. Sure, this all seems fine. The capsule height should be close to the character's height. Okay, so let's set the default height to 46 is too low. 80? Okay. That might be right, but now it's too high up. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, interesting. Oh. Oh, I think I've been making this wrong. Okay. The capsule component, and then where's your position? Okay, so yeah, definitely keep that rotated because we need that going that way. But then how do we get... what is this? Well, what is this guy? Okay, so that's the swing attachment. And you are Smash Capsule, so that's not important. And then this is our capsule component. And that is on the ground. Why is it in the ground though? It doesn't seem like that should be the case, and I think that's where we're having the problems. Or not necessarily the problems. I think if we were to hit play now, we would probably find... Okay, so yeah, now the capsule... okay. Okay. The capsule component is at 110, movable, half height, 88 is probably fine. Is the default seam root a capsule component? It is not even visible. Make its height the height of the character's skeletal mesh. Change the capsule's radius to cover the character when it's in the pose. Rotate the skeletal mesh and forward the line to that. Okay, so it looks like it's a basic scene component, so an empty offset. It will not give you the same effect as a capsule component. Add a capsule component, that's what we have, and move it in place of the root component. Then rotate the mesh to align with the forward direction. Yeah, fine. This is weird. I feel like this is not working the way that it is supposed to. Right, okay, so if we take the skeletal mesh, we want to put it basically inside the capsule. Hi, Tisha, appreciate you popping in. Hope you have a very good Friday, a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, and then let's take the capsule half height. We'll set that to 88. Yeah, that seems good enough. Okay, so if we hit play... No, see, it's doing the same thing still, because it's moving the center of the capsule down. That. This is like to fall into the ground because the capsule is the root component. Because of this, add a local offset to the character mesh. This almost works, but it does not adjust the capsule's half height and mesh transformation at the exact same time, which causes a split-second glitch with the character's mesh's correct position. Okay, so this might be working as intended. The part that is confusing to me is going back to the video. It seems like when the other guy hits crouch, it doesn't move his mesh at all, the skeletal mesh. So I don't know how he's able to get away with that. Let's see, if we go into movement, we go back to crouch. And let's just set this to 60 so it's not as bad. I mean, the problem is still going to be there, right? See, it still puts the character... And we can see the walk animation is working as intended, which is really cool. And if I take crouch off, you can see I increase the lurk time, or the transition time between the two animations, so she actually kind of like speeds up and slows down, which looks really nice in my opinion. I really dig that. I just wish I understood why the character was moving, or like why the mesh is getting forced the way that it is, so that I can have it not do that. I guess, like, based off of what this one Reddit thread is saying, it's kind of intentional. Like, some people seem to get around it effectively by having an offset or having the animations move the character to compensate, which is certainly an option, but I wouldn't call it a good option. Okay, let's see. So what options do we have here? What can we do to sort of fix this confuse a little bit? I mean, I suppose the simplest thing would be to have... No, because we want the capsule component to carry everything with it. Okay, so trying to move the total thing, like at the absolute root, is not working. And I don't have any options for moving the capsule component, which I guess kind of makes sense because that's the root. But it seems like in some cases people have the ability to actually move the rig around, or move the capsule component around. If I go back to the guy that we were checking for the crouching tutorial, excuse me. Let's see, does he have an actual point? I don't think he has a point in here where he looks at the model in the viewport, which is unfortunate because that would be really helpful. Yeah, it doesn't seem. Moving the capsule component, maybe? I mean, this is from 2014, so this might be... I don't think this is Unreal 3, but it might be. What happens if I make this really small? Like, really stupid small? She goes into the floor. Okay, I see the problem. So, okay, so the problem is that the capsule is based at the world origin, right? It is based at zero, or the relative origin. So it is based right here in the middle. The half height extends the capsule in either direction away from that origin. When I reduce the half height, it collapses it back towards the origin. The character, the skeletal mesh, does not have any collision with the ground. That it is being carried along by the capsule component. So when the capsule component telescopes in, the character falls through the ground until the capsule component is contacting the ground again. So unfortunately, I don't really see a way to like have it perpetually in the right spot. Because if I make a little bit of this is arbitrary, right? You know, and if we were to have the capsule component, or if we were to have an actual crouching animation, you know, the character's height would reduce, and we could sort of get it to a place where it matches the height of their crouching position. The fact that we are just alternating between two standing relative poses makes it really apparent how the system is not working, or how it's not doing specifically the thing that they want. So I guess it's more of an issue of me misusing the system rather than it actually being incorrect. I guess it's user error. So if we just set the crouch height to be the same height as the walking height, then we don't have a problem, right? I'm honestly kind of amazed that these animations are working half as well as they do. Like, not to toot my own horn, but you know, like I have not really done animation for games before, and the fact that it's performing at all is kind of incredible. I just want to get somewhere with like a closer camera view. Is this closer? No. Where is closer? I think we gotta go back to the start of the level. I think the start of the level's closer. God damn it. A little bit. So yeah, I think she's floating off the ground a little bit right now, so we do have to clean it up, but still good. Like, the actual quality of the animation is remarkably not bad. Yeah, you can see the very bottom of the capsule. It's like slightly below her feet. And if we switch to an orthographic view where the perspective isn't messing it up, you can see there's that little bit of the cap. What, the like slightly floating off the ground plane? So there's a couple of things that could be influencing that, right? Let's jump over to clip really quickly just to give a little demonstration of why that could be. So we've been messing a lot with collision here, right? That my character mesh does not have any actual collision. It's all this yellow highlighted capsule component. That is the thing that is actually physically interacting with the surrounding space. In a similar fashion, the ground that you see in Elite might not be the actual ground that your character is interacting with. A lot of times, you will have your ground plane, or you'll have, you know, your terrain, and your terrain looks very nice. It's got little collision objects. Give me 1 second. I think we ended our first train ride, and now we got to put on the next one. You'll have normal maps and all these little like deformation shapes and little objects in it to make it nice and interesting. And your character is like, wow, what a cool planet. You got a little spaceman helmet on, a little backpack, and you're like, that's cool. And I realized what I made. It's okay. I'm like, that's cool. I like it out here. Space. I also made him floating off the ground. But the thing about this to remember is that it is very expensive, right? You have this relatively high poly count ground plane with all of this stuff going on, and the calculations on each of those polygons adds up very quickly. So what you will often have is a ground plane that is much, much simpler, and, you know, tries to keep with the ground that you are observing, so that you don't get weird disconnects of where, like, falling through the floor or hovering above something. But depending on the fidelity that they can actually put into that collision plane, your mileage will vary. And this becomes really apparent a lot of the time on staircases, right? That you have the stepping system, but then the actual collision plane is just a ramp, right? So if your player's foot happens to be right here, then you're good, right? Because it's gonna collide with that spot and be like, okay, yeah, it'll sort of put it directly on there. But if you're, you know, too far in, your character might clip through, or it might hover above the stair, depending on how exactly the collision plane is aligned. And there have been a lot of ways to try and resolve this, right? foot positioning IKs, which is one of the things that we're going to try and mess with. Let me see if I can find it. I remember seeing this in Guild Wars 2 and being like, holy shit, that's high fidelity. I want to try and find a way to search for this without getting put on some kind of weird kink list. Yeah, there we go. So Guild Wars 2 actually has this as a thing, that the player feet have inverse kinematics, so that they actually sort of try and position themselves on the ground plane and angle themselves accordingly, rather than just sort of sit in a static position. Which looks really nice. I remember seeing that in like 2015, 2016, and going, wow, that's really good. That's really cool. Actually, it's probably a little before that. It would have been like 2013. Not every game does this. Not every MMO does this. Again, just because it's really expensive. Well, it's not really expensive, but as with everything in MMOs, because they are built for scale, the more of anything that you have going on, the more it exponentially increases in compute cost, right? So in a game like God of War or something, where you have a single character, or maybe a couple of characters that are just doing this in a very, isolated, controlled environment, no problem. But if you have an MMO where you have 100 characters doing this simultaneously, big problem. In the video that I was talking about a little while back, talked about what is going on with Unreal 5. A lot of the Unreal 5 demos, actually, here, you know what? Let's talk about this for a second. Let's look at this. So let's go back to one of the early demo videos where they were showing off, this one. They're like, let's look at all the cool shit that you will be able to do with Unreal Engine 5. So you've got, this character walking through an environment. The environment is incredibly high fidelity, right? Like, you can see all the little rivets of sand and tiny pebbles and shit, and like, it's crazy how good this looks, right? We crank it all the way up to 1080 so you can see just all that insane detail, right? You got the ray tracing to get that nice global illumination, so good, and you're like, oh my god. Let's count it though. You have one character in a hallway with one light source. Maybe a second one in the distance there. So let's say 2 light sources. And then you got ambient lighting. So you don't have multiple characters interacting. You don't have multiple light sources conflicting. You don't have a sprawling environment. And they do, later on in the video, get to a point where we have a lot of props. Where is it? She gets up to here. We get a little bit more in terms of like complex lighting scenarios, and then we get a lot of props, right? So the environment is much more complex than that initial thing that we show. So the implication is that the level of fidelity that they were showing in that smaller environment can then scale up to this larger environment. And then we get out of our closed spaces and we can have these sprawling worlds, again, with the implication of the same level of fidelity throughout. I don't believe that that is the case. because from what I have understood, basically every project that has tried to scale Unreal up to, you know, insanely high levels of fidelity or insanely large scales struggles with trying to get it to hold, you know, that level of capability, that level of fidelity past a certain point. And, you know, the games that really succeed, like Hellblade, are, you know, pretty small, curated experiences. And when you have games that are trying to have like sprawling open worlds with a bunch of shit going on and it's all very dynamic, you tend to run into optimization problems. So yeah, that's something to consider there. Where's I going with all this? I mean, Star Citizen runs into the same thing. Sorry, it's the Star Citizen moment that, you know, the game runs very well, frankly, when you are out in the middle of bumfuck space and there's like maybe a couple of asteroids nearby and, you know, one or two other small ships that you're fighting against, you're dogfighting or you're meeting up with. You know, if you get down to a planet, you start to get a lot more cost. There's just more going on. There's more that the system needs to keep track of and render, and the game starts to chug. And then you get to a high population area because there is an event going on, or everyone just decide to show up, and then everyone brings their freaking capital ship. So you have these like extremely complex, you know, high fidelity ships all crowding into the same place, and the frame rate drops to shit. So that's definitely something that they're going to need to figure out, is how do we get the game to perform at the scale that we want it to perform, i.e. we can have fleets congregate in the same place and the game remains performant. Because right now, it can't. And that's just a problem of having many things piling into the same place, having to process at the same time. You know, in that regard, my game is very simple, right? We're gonna have at most like 3 or 4 characters in a scene at a given time. You know, we might have fairly dense environments to deal with, but that's about it. But I'm not the one to figure that out. Me neither. You know, at work, we need to be careful that when we're doing effects and shaders and whatnot, we're not sort of over demanding the compute cost, making something that is going to take too many resources to render. Excuse me. But that's about it. That's the extent of my having to worry about it on a given day. Go ahead and hide this for now. So yeah, I will get to be fairly high fidelity with my character as much as I want to be. Obviously, I'm not shooting for like a photorealistic or high fidelity game. But, you know, we can still have nice little things like Jordan's hair having nice physics in it, and, you know, the ropes, the vines that are connecting her arms to the book having actual physics in them. We can do things like that because we don't have 40 characters all trying to do that. You know, you see this even in games like Final Fantasy XIV of, well, we need to have a simple navigation mesh. Nav mesh is the wrong term. There is an actual like thing that nav meshes are for, but the collision plane of the ground, we need to keep that fairly simple because all of the players need to get each other's position data and transmit that back and forth over the internet without people seeming to like disappear into the ground and reappear. So we're not going to actually render out the collision of every stair, we're just going to put a ramp. And that's good enough. Because most of the time the player is not thinking about what is the actual like height that the player is standing at. Are their feet accurately colliding with the ground? Are they hovering by a centimeter? It doesn't matter most of the time. So yeah, let's just... That looks about right. Maybe 81. I think that'll put her feet into the ground just a hair. So yeah, let's set it at 82. And if we turn that off, that should look a little bit better. Here, we're gonna fudge this a little bit. Will you let go? There we go. Okay. So yeah, give me this. Alright, camera controller, we're gonna set the camera distance to, let's do 300. Okay, and then we need it to... I believe 0? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's still a teeny bit off the ground. So I think we can set her height to 80. See what that looks like. Yeah, that looks good. But then you can see, like, she has a foot and even, like, part of the other foot just floating in the air because the capsule still has contact with the object. And it's not until we get, like, all the way off that she actually falls. And, you know, we don't have any IK, so her feet are just kind of floating. But that's fine for now. We can work on ways to get it to be more dynamic. But for the time being, this is okay. Importantly, our original test, the walk and run animations are looking pretty good. You know, we still got a lot of issues with the falling and landing animations not working as I would like them to, but there's a lot that we'll sort of be able to figure out as we go with that. Oh. So let's see. Let's go back to my post-it list. So we were able to export out the animations from the level sequencer. So we know how to do that. And we have it in a linked system so that we can go back and make improvements to the walk and run cycles as we need to, if we need to. Possibility of doing the throw animation. We could like sort of block it out. I don't think I'm really quite of an energy level to start actually animating it. We could maybe block it out towards the end. Let's go in and look at the wave painting a little bit because that was bothering me some earlier. Let's see. Oh, this is actually where we need to be. Let's go edit weights. And then, so you see we have on the right all of our bones, and then the white area, and there might be a way we can show this in heat map. Yeah, here we go. So you can see sort of a heat map saying, oh, you know, this has control over this section, and for some reason it has control on parts of the skull or the scalp. That doesn't really make sense for that to happen. So let's set it back to grayscale. Yeah, that just has like a bunch of control over part of the forehead and the scalp. That's like, that doesn't make any sense. In 1 second, I'm gonna pour some more tea. Give myself a little bit of tea to sip on. Maybe a little cookie? A little something sweet. What are my options? Not bad. Yeah, I'll do. Alright, yeah, just have myself a little cookie. Where's the opening to this? Should be a little thing to peel off. What the heffle? Alright, that should work. Good enough. Has the music been okay, by the way? I know it's kind of quiet. Oh, this one's actually super quiet. The volume was down. Ooh. There we go. So this is a lot of what that video was talking about, right? Like, what the hell is going on with Unreal Engine? There's some stuff like Nanite and Lumen that I feel like were sort of presented as selling points that aren't really that commonly used, or even, I would dare say, that good. I don't think many people actually use them very much, or at all. But like, as you can see in the process of us making this game, there is a lot of stuff that Unreal has just done for us, right? The process of making a system for the character to crouch and how to, you know, link different animations in different states and blend between them and have lighting systems and, you know, set up collision environments. Like, Unreal handles so much of the back end. With all of that said, as you have also seen, it is not a make game machine, right? You don't just hit the button and the game gets made. There is still an absurd amount of work that goes into getting all of this to actually function the way that we want and make sense and critically be performant. Yeah, let's just go in here. We've got our head joint now, so I just want to see if I can't. We're gonna add, increase the strength. Did you do it? No. I think the problem that I'm running into, yeah, is trying to get it to actually render on the right polygons, and the hair is getting in the way. The brush is not showing up where I want it to. Let's see. I mean, it's easy enough to get like this part. That's not what I want to control. I want to mess with this part. That's proving difficult. Oh, what'd you do? Yeah, wish I could get it. Oh, volume maybe? No, that's not getting it. It makes me wish I could like, or make me think I should have the hair as a separate mesh so I can paint underneath. Let's see, it only does on the top side or the outside of the mesh. And if there's like a close conflict, it doesn't know how to resolve that. I guess I can select like this. Let me grab all this. Yeah, this seems ugly, is the problem. Let me see if there's a way I can hide part of the mesh. Any way to hide or isolate meshes when painting skin weights? Can't use the selections in mask while painting. I love the improvements. I was really hoping for it in 5.5. Here, let me try this really quickly. So if we grab this, and then if we were to grow that out, okay, so we can kind of isolate unless Unreal crashes. Yeah. Should have seen that coming. It was going too well. We were bound to run into a crash. Yeah, go ahead and skip the restore. Sorry, chat, one moment. So, I don't know, the whole, I think as more and more people use Unreal and don't necessarily know how to use it well, or try and like shoehorn ideas into it and do various other things, it does kind of struggle, right? Unreal tries very hard to be an engine for every game, right? Some things work very well for specific purposes, right? Proprietary engines built to support a specific game. And even some stuff, like Capcom has been using the RE engine for a lot of things. You know, they were using it for Resident Evil, thus the name, and then they used it for Dragon's Dogma 2, and then they used it for Monster Hunter Wilds. And it was kind of the same problem that we were talking about, that, you know, when you have a game like Resident Evil, where you have a lot of, you know, contained indoor environments, maybe a few outdoor scenarios, but, you know, mostly within a nice controlled space, that you can really, you know, curate how many creatures, NPCs, player characters, you know, the fidelity, you know, the scale of the environment, you have a lot of really tight control over that. The engine works really well. But then when you scale it up to something like Dragon's Dogma or Monster Hunter, and you're trying to have these, you know, sprawling multi-kilometer vistas with all of these creatures running around and dynamic weather and all this stuff happening, the engine starts to break down, because it wasn't really built to perform at the scale that you are demanding of it. And it goes, what? And then it dies. Or you just get really shitty frame rates. Yes, I would like to reopen. Are you not going to? There it goes. And, you know, at this point, it seems to be the general sort of consensus of it's not worth it to build a proprietary engine to fulfill these specific needs. Let's just license a pre-existing engine. And frankly, at this point, if you want to license an engine, there's not a lot of options. There's Unreal. Unity still exists despite all of the goodwill that they just set on fire. There's Godot, which I have obviously not tried Godot. I don't know how well it works. I don't think it's bad, but, you know, as you've seen, I have a question, I can go Google it, and there's any number of forum threads and Reddit posts and YouTube videos to help walk through it. And, you know, Godot has definitely gained a lot of traction in the last few years, but it is not at that point of having a comparable level of community support. It's just not. It's not its fault, but, you know, that is something that takes a while to build up. Okay, so let's try this. And let's hope this doesn't crash again. So if I want to grab you, let's sort of do this in reverse, right? So we're going to grab the head. We're going to grab a point on the head, and we're going to grow our selection. And just continue to grow it for a while. And then we are going to isolate that selection. And now we have a good, clean view of just the head and kind of a weird, jaggedy edge to the neck, but that's okay. Now let's switch back to the brush. And we can hide the clavicles. We go to the head, And there we go. There's our problem. We can just come up here. We can give full control of all of this to the head, because it really shouldn't be giving influence to anything else. So yeah, all of this is fine. Oh, is there symmetry options? I don't think there is. Let's replace multiply and relax, surface, volume. Yeah, it's fine. It would be convenient, but it's not necessary. So what I'm actually gonna do, I'm just gonna flood the whole thing. Because what will ultimately happen is we'll come back in, sort of apply weight in a few areas that we want it. Please don't crash, please don't crash. Okay, thank you. You know, like we'll give some weight control to the jawbone that we don't have yet, so let's actually just go ahead and flood this as well. But we'll add a jawbone. And in so doing, we will, you know, give the jaw more sort of control in there. You know, we'll come back in, we can modify the eye controls and the brow controls to have more influence on those. Let's go to the neck. So yeah, this should have a greater band of control through the middle there. So let's turn the strength down, let's turn the fall off down. And then we can just kind of come around like so. That was too much. Yeah, I don't think we want the neck control to get out to the underside of the chin. So let's bring the radius down. And bring this really low. A little bit more along the back side of the neck like that. A little bit along the jawline, and then we can go back up to the head and sort of fill this in. Yeah, we want that to just go ahead and move. That looks pretty good. Okay, cool. And then save that. Because we need to show the full mesh again, and it might crash. Yep. There it goes. Alright, well, hopefully it saved. We'll find out in a second. Unfortunately, the isolation seems to make it, basically put it on a death clock. Alright, give me 1 second to bring everything back up. Alright. Yes, go ahead and bring those up. the right window again. Yeah, thinking. Okay, cool. Let's go back here, and we're gonna edit the weights, and we're gonna see if you actually preserved any of our work, or if you just kind of shat yourself to death. It didn't say that. What is the point of hitting the save button if you don't actually save? Let me see if there's a way to get around this. No, this is the wrong thing. See if I could, like, select the model. That would... Okay, so isolate that, and then show full mesh. Crash. Why do I even try? Let's see. It's just need a moment. It seems to only be able to need a moment. Manual autocomplete list index command did not catch default RHI. Updating drivers. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be a different thing entirely. Yeah, well, this really sucks because I kinda need it to be able to do this. Like, I need to be able to select specific parts. Select vertices that are affected by the currently selected bone. No, that's not what I want. Right, like, if I could just do this, and then switch over to the brush, and grab the head, and paint accordingly, that would potentially be fine. It wouldn't be ideal, because there's still some stuff that I can't see super well. But it would work. But the selection masks the weight painting. That's actually even worse. Right, I need to click off, and then Like, how do I... Yeah, I don't want to isolate the selection again, because as soon as I do, we basically killed the engine. It just hasn't realized it yet. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so there was a Reddit thread with absolutely no answers. Editor crashes on attempting to paint weights. Second clothing. I don't think this is it. I submitted a report and then nothing comes of it. Love that. Love those. Yeah, I'm seeing a few people complaining about bugs and issues, and we might just be kind of up a creek about it. I wish something that we could do that would... Oh, there is a mirror option. That's cool. That's good. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna do something really dumb. I'm gonna go ahead and isolate the selection. And we're gonna grab all of this. And we are going to flood it. Or no. No, 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 no. Grab all of that. And then we're going to flood it that way. That looks good. Okay, and then save it. Save all. And close that. And compile. Now let's reopen the skeletal mesh and go edit weights. Gotcha, bitch! No, I say that, but let's see if it actually saved it. It did not. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I'm guessing we missed a step somewhere. There might have been some sort of commitment step or... Oh yeah. At the bottom, we need to hit accept. Okay. This is probably gonna crash it. It didn't crash! Yippee! Okay, so essentially, what we need to do, we just can't hit the isolate button. We can't restore isolation or restore the full mesh. We just have to take it very slowly and carefully. We have to do it just like one step at a time and sort of commit each change incrementally. Where's that mirror button? There you are. Okay, I'm gonna bring the brush in, and let's just smooth that out a little bit. And we'll just grab the whole thing and mirror it. This is sort of standardized, right? And I want neck 2. It would be nice to have a mirror on the brush, but I guess we'll take what we can get. Okay. That looks pretty good. So yeah, the problem was we weren't hitting the accept. So even though we were saving packages, it wasn't saving the changes. We hadn't committed those yet. I'm just gonna sort of blend this a little bit softer. A little bit of influence going through the neck, and then neck 2 will have a little bit of influence going up into the head. And then neck 1 should predominantly control these, right? Alright, that looks pretty good. I want to go into neck 2 and give you a little bit more control through here. I think neck 1 has too much of it. Yeah, that's better. Okay. We're gonna hit accept. And hope it doesn't crash again. Come on, baby, don't let me down. Yes! Alright, we're in business. Alright, so honestly, the whole modification to the head was not what brought me to doing this in the first place. It's this. The arm is doing some weird things that I don't like. And frankly, I kind of want to move the shoulder down a little bit because it's causing, well, it might actually be okay once you factor, it still doesn't look great. I don't want to move the shoulder bone down, but we'll see if that's an option. But the main thing is the armpit. I don't like how that's looking. So, moving the bones. We're gonna rattle the bones. Because this way it will be easier to see the influences as we go in and paint the weights. Now, what I have seen in some skeletons is people will create fake rib bones. Not to actually control anything, but just to influence the weighting. Right? Because a lot of the automatic weighting tools will look at the proximity of a bone to a vertex and assign weight controls based on physical space, we'll call it. Physical proximity between the two. So if it sees that the arm bone is closer to a vertex than the actual spine bones are, it will allocate an inappropriate amount of weight control, which is what we're getting right here. Whereas sometimes people will put rib bones through the chest, and their proximity to the vertices in there is so great that predominantly the control will pass to those bones. And then you don't do anything with them, you just use them to hold the vertices of the chest in place. So yeah, the upper arm, you can see the upper arm has control on the chest, which we don't want that. That shouldn't be happening at all. So spine 4 is essentially only controlling the shoulder blades, which is kind of weird. So we're gonna give that. See, I really wish there was a way that we could mirror this, but let's try some techniques and see if we can figure something out. I'm actually gonna move you down here so I can use my pen. See if this is a little more comfortable than trying to mouse it. Yeah, don't do that to the hair. Don't do that to the hair, please. Don't do that to the hair, please. Okay. Just undo. Get off the hair. And then because this is clearly going to be a thing, we're going to select torso and the shirt. We're going to flood those. We're going to isolate the selected because it has actually been working okay for us so far. And then we're just going to go in like this. See, part of the problem is it is like rotating, right? It's putting control in. When I don't want it to. What I'm gonna try and do is only paint on one side and then see if we can't mirror it. So you can see this is like a severe lack of influence. In fact, it seems to have influence going into the arm, which I don't think we want it to do. The clavicle can have some control over the shoulder blade. That's fine. That makes sense. The clavicle is sort of a stand-in for both the clavicle bone and the shoulder blade. But here, we really want the spine to be the one in control of the chest, right? And a little bit of fall off like we see here makes sense. You know, we don't want it to be like statically all one bone or all another, because the movement is going to be really janky and unnatural if we do that. Whereas this, you know, having a nice fall off will make it transition smoothly from bone to bone. Bone to bone to bone to bone to bone to bone to bone. So let's go back up to spine 3 and give that more control in the armpit, right through here, so that that movement isn't as extreme. We can go back up to the clavicle. Give that more control over the shoulder again. Yeah, see, we don't want it to control anything on that side because it'll cause it to start collapsing inward. Spine 5, we should give that, or, sorry, go back and forth. Yeah, the upper arm bone really shouldn't have anything. So, most systems have gotten better about this. But the way that I was taught, which admittedly is pretty outdated at this point, but I still think it's worth holding on to, is you don't want to subtract control from a bone anywhere. You always want to be additive. Because if you subtract it, you're not necessarily specifying where the control should be assigned to, and it has to go somewhere. There is no, it's always a value of 1. So if you say that a bone has 0.5 control, the other 0.5 has to be somewhere. And if you don't specify where that is, the system will set it for you, and you don't want it to do that. So you always want to be establishing the control yourself. I'm just trying to get this to have a nice, cleaner rollout. Well, the torso looks better. You can see on the other side, sort of the older weight painting, where it's still like sort of pulling out the lats more severely. I think we're getting there. Give the clavicle a little bit more control in the armpit, particularly along the seam, just so that we get a slightly better, smoother transition through there. We just don't want it. You can see the clavicle has control like all the way down to the waistline, and that makes 0 sense. Again, rather than be subtractive, rather than say, well, clavicle, we don't want you to control this part, we're going to say, I want this bone to control it instead. And then this bone to control through here. And the pelvis would have predominant control over here. can relax this a little bit. It's a bit smoother of a transition through each of those sections, right? Spine 2, good. I think, yeah, spine 2 should not have control up here. That doesn't make any sense either. So we're gonna go up to the clavicle. You know what? Let's see what it does. Surely out of curiosity, let's see what using the multiply function does do. Where does it put the control into? Yeah, there's a lot of like leftovers in here that we really don't want it to do that. Like the spine should not have control anywhere in the arm. Go to the upper arm, we're going to be additive. Need more influence through here. Okay, so 0 reduces it. I had it backwards. Right, that looks good. That looks good. Just get rid of all this. We don't need it. We don't want it. That's not the intention or the target. A little bit control the clavicle coming up here, so that'll give it that sort of bunching in the fabric around the collar. Okay, that looks better. Let's sort of relax this a little bit. Reduce it down that way so that the upper arm controls more of the arm itself. But yeah, we might need to do some of this on the other side, but hopefully we can mostly mirror this effort over. But yeah, what we'll need to do is also double check to see where the influences are going, right? So if we check spine 1, looking like that. Let's get rid of that. You shouldn't have any control up there. Spine 2. Looking like that. Okay, that seems fine. Spine 3. Feels like spine 3 kind of lost a lot of its energy. So let's see if we can't build that strength up again. Good. All right, 4. And then 5. Just a little bit of grounding force around the neck. Alright. So let's see if we can't mirror all this. Actually, first, let's go ahead and accept the changes. Okay, cool. We're gonna go back in, because I was worried that mirroring might collapse it, or it might crash it again. So let's see. We're gonna do the same thing as before. We're gonna flood and isolate. And then we're going to select spine 1. We're going to grab all of that. And then we are going to mirror positive to negative. Aha! We're going to select spine 2. Same deal. I want to relax this a little bit. It's looking a little funky. Is there a relax? There you go. Beautiful. Spine 3. Alright, that looks good. 4. Already looking okay, but let's go ahead and mirror it. 5. Oh, I think it actually might have already done it. Not quite. Actually, I think it did. But there's a few odds and ends in here to get rid of. Like, clavicle shouldn't have any control over the neck on the opposite side of the body. Shouldn't have any control on that. Get rid of those. And then it's just the same thing on the other side. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. Okay. That looks good. And then accept. And save all. And then we can just come back to this and reset the rotation. And save again. Copy back up there. So now if we go back here, oh, you know what I think might have happened? Okay, so compile that. Not looking better? No. Okay, so somewhere in here we need to, I think, essentially I'm wondering if this needs to be like recompiled somehow. Because that's definitely not looking great. Okay, well let's try doing this. Let's go back to our animation level. We're gonna open up our walk cycle and see what it's doing. Huh. So what I'm thinking slash worried is that it did effectively do, like, that is updated. And with the updated weight painting, this is just the results that we see. That seems to be the case. Which is unfortunate. But we can probably work with this. And by work with it, I mean we are going to need to clean up the animation to account for the new state of affairs, effectively. I'm just going back in and cleaning up a few areas that looked not 100%. That seems alright. That seems fine. All this, more control over this region. Where are the legs? I'm being just a little bit extreme here. I should definitely be less careless about this, but I don't want to just get in there and make it work. Okay, and then we go mesh, and then we select, and we mirror. I'm sorry. Sorry about the background noise. There we go. Alright, that looks alright. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, I don't think anything is actually wrong. Like, I think the animation is reading correctly. I think it's just weird now. think we're gonna need to do some stuff to fix it. So for example, I think we're gonna need to grab this guy. So reduce intensity of the rotation. We're definitely getting a lot of clipping of the base of the neck and head mesh through the sweater, so we'll need to figure that out. Relax this a bit. Oh yeah, that looks really bad actually. Oh, because I didn't modify the buttons to... Whoops! Okay. I didn't modify the buttons along with the sweater, so they're still, like, getting old update data. Shit. For old weight painting. Yeah, and the chest is doing something really weird. Is it me? Who's doing that? Oh, look at that. Why is it like seesawing? Or not seesawing, it's moving like an accordion. Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that there, buddy. Okay, let's check though. Yeah, so I think it's in FK right now. We're gonna have to check the run animation as well, because that probably got fucked up too. Yeah, if we go to this, what I'm seeing is it's doing this like really crazy oscillations I don't think it's supposed to be doing. Let's just get rid of those. Okay.
video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking.
Hello, Artemis. I was slouching. It's true. You got me. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. See, nothing when we do it slow seems particularly bad. Okay, that's a little better. Something's still a bit strange. Something in there is still behaving, or rather misbehaving. It's not as bad as it was. What kind of game? So it is a narrative platformer. A little bit of puzzle solving. But puzzles aren't going to be too hard. It's going to be mostly focused on storytelling. Okay, what is going on there? It seems like the rotation is the main thing that it is doing. So like, I wonder if they're fighting each other. Because these controls are not really doing anything, and even when we run it in slow-mo, or like frame by frame, it's not... Okay, yeah, there's something. Let's see, I'm pretty sure we go back to this frame. Yeah, see, that's controlling this. And this weird, like, kick of the chest would be this value. So that's not doing anything right now. That shouldn't be causing a conflict. So where are we seeing that coming from? Is it this guy? No. Is it this guy? No. Is it the fact that the FK and IK are switching? Man, I hate how that looks. Is it from this? I definitely see it. I definitely see the chest puffing out in a weird way, but I don't get what's causing it. So we got the shoulder. Where is this coming from? I mean, I know the green value wouldn't be affecting it. It's that. So what's causing the chest to balloon? Walk it through. So see, like, that seems alright, and then it goes boom. I don't think we even can mute this because the IK is set off. Or it's turned off. No, it's not that. It's not really doing anything anyway. So we can use that for lateral control, but you can see it doesn't really do that much. Rotate that. Where are you coming from? Location Y. Location Z. Is it this? Maybe. Okay. I'm very confused right now. Again, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find where we're getting this weird oscillation. That admittedly looks not great. Let's try taking this whole thing. We're just gonna shuffle it down closer to 0 because I feel like it might be getting pitched a little hard. And maybe rotate this up some. I don't think we wanna... Okay. Maybe we do need to move you forward a little bit. We are kind of pushing the weight a little too much. No. Something is fucking it up. Oh. Okay. So if we look in here, you see how the bones in the spine are like collapsing? They're like folding in. That's what's causing the chest to kick. So you gotta figure out what would be doing that. Like, that's not what we want to see. Okay, so bring this. Show me the bones. Yeah, so that's a little bit curved. But I think we're right about where it's gonna happen. Yeah. So yeah, see, it starts to straighten out. And then it, like, collapses in right through there. Oh, but that's part of why it's hard to spot. Like, seems like it's resetting almost. Okay, there's a good example of it. Oh. Oh, look at that. So for some reason, as this gets pulled up, it's like folding the spine in a super weird way. That's so strange. Okay, but its Z value should be 0. So is something in the control rig messed up that its positioning is getting thrown off? Something that it's dependent on? Or what? What is causing this? Hmm. Hmm. Alright, where are we running into issues? Okay, let's try approaching this from the opposite end. Showing to me how much this is not self-evident. Yeah, it's proven to be a bit of a pain in the butt. For sure. Okay, so let's try approaching this from the opposite end. I'm wondering if the hips getting moved is instead causing the same problem. Oh. Yeah, you see how that starts to straighten her out? So I think moving the hips down without moving the chest, causing the spine to do unnatural things. And yeah, as we hit the high point, of our motion, the spine breaks. High point. And then it seems okay. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, it's breaking there too. Yeah, let's bring this back down a little bit actually, because what I'm wondering, I think what we can do then is essentially try and move this piece to compensate for it, right? So sort of watch for the locations where it breaks. We sort of push it down. So that's really weird, because what that's saying, like, does that line up with what this guy is saying? No. No, your Y location. I'm getting befuddled. Alright. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go back here. We're gonna go here. Delete this key. Just because I don't want shit showing up where it shouldn't be. And then yeah, push this down. Sort of level it out. Okay. Yeah, it's still offset from its own expectation, but I'm wondering if we can just sort of do a simple pass by moving the whole thing down a hair. No, see, then it starts to bend in the other direction. We're gonna get a weird behavior in the chest that way, so we need to I wonder if this will work. I feel like I'm trying to do something really cheeky. I don't know if it's gonna play nice, but we'll find out. No, it didn't like it. Okay, so let's grab the... I think we'll just have to sort of compare. So we're gonna grab the location Z value from the body control. See, now I'm wondering if I should have done this originally through the chest or the hips control rather than through the body. I think I grabbed the wrong controller, and I think that's what's causing this to break. So we're gonna try that. We're gonna try correcting my past mistakes and see if that makes it happier. So let's reduce this down. Grab all these. No mistake, just a different plan. I feel like if it breaks my character's spine, then it's not a good plan. I appreciate the optimism, but we gotta find something that's actually gonna get us the results that we want. Okay, so that reduces the kicking of the chest, right? Now we've got this weird sort of like back and forth sachet where like she's not going up and down the way that we need to. But that's okay because our goal now is essentially to come back in and reintroduce that okay, so let's go body control. We're gonna essentially go to each one of these. See, I don't want to move body control, I just want to move hip control. And so right here, we're gonna bring her down like that. I think right here, where we bring her up. And then, same thing basically. Yeah, let's just copy these 4 frames. We're gonna go all the way back here. We're gonna paste. We're gonna paste. And we're gonna paste. And step, 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 paste. Step, 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 paste. Paste. And last one. Okay, and then we need to grab all of these because we've got this weird like little shuffle step shimmy that happens. So we need to grab this and we need to go auto. Smooth it out. And let's see what that does. And the chest popping's back. Okay, so shit. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder. So I tried copying the key setup from another one and it didn't work. I don't really expect it to work here, but I want to try. It seems like we're gonna keep running into this unless we offset. gonna go here, here. Just try and keep it more or less the same. And next, this is very strange. I mean, if it works, it works, I guess. It's just so bizarre. It's one of those things of like, I wish I understood more so that I could like properly diagnose and avoid doing it again in the future. And I feel like I don't have that level of understanding and familiarity with the system, so I'm kind of just... I hate you. Okay, so something is still causing it to happen. I guess just in between the frames that we've already established, it's still cooking. Okay, can we... I need you to hold still, because trying to track you through this movement is proving to be problematic. So let's mute this. Can we please? Fuck. Why won't you let me mute it? Is it... Does it have to be in motion? No. Fine. Fine. I will hard set it. Yeah, it's definitely something that the spine is doing. And we can see it's still breaking periodically. And this seems like almost a temporary fix. But it's so random in its behavior. Like the graph is fucked, dude. Actually, I guess we are landing on the force. So we're maintaining some level of order. Alright, well that looks better. It's still doing some weird things, and I'm not in love with it, but we're at least getting rid of the worst part. Yeah, the arms are doing some weird shit now too because the IKs are breaking. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna save what we got. I kind of want, I don't know, like I'm not sure what I want. Like the chest feels so rigid now. It feels like it's not moving naturally. Never mind. The collar there is still just flying all over the place. Like, we've straightened out the spine. So what's moving that around? Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna go mesh. We're gonna select by face. And then, okay, so you are controlled by the clavicle, the neck, spines 3, 4, and 5. Predominantly by spine 4. Okay, that makes sense. That should probably be, yeah, that should be the predominant part. I do like that we have these sliders so I can sort of more directly control it. You can see how it's like pulling influence from one to give it to the others, and we can actually see where it's assigning the value. So that's really nice. That's very helpful. Yeah, I don't want the clavicle to have too much, but we can give it maybe a little bit. And then spine 3. Where's spine 3? Yeah, it's okay. That makes enough sense. Okay. Spine 4. Spine 5. Controls that. See, nothing about this off the cusp seems wrong per se. Like spine 4 is controlling that. That seems fine. I think where things might get a little bit funky is that the bottom of the neck mesh might not be 1-to-1, which is why it's popping through in some places. But I think the clavicle, I don't know, maybe we actually do want to increase his control in some places. Like, increase it out a little bit more just so that it falls off more gradually. And just allows the chest to roll a little bit more naturally. give it just a little bit more control over the top here. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna go back in here, and then I'm gonna hit accept. And hopefully this doesn't crash it. But we should see. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Like the shoulder and the chest. I feel like they move together a little bit better. On the one side. But then yeah, we're kind of having the same problem that the back of the shoulder isn't really like collapsing in as much as I would like it to. It's clipping through rather than pinching in a natural way. This is kind of cool, actually. I do appreciate this, because if we were doing this in Blender, we would modify the weights, we would export, we would re-import, we would test it, it wouldn't work, go back to Blender, we'd make modifications. This turnaround, as much as the tools are not as refined, I do really like the speed that I can test and say, this is good, this isn't good, and sort of go back and forth. That part I like quite a bit. Come on. Please pick up my... There you go. Soften that out a little bit more. Oh, you soul bitch. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just grab all of that, flip the whole thing. Going to set to 0 and replace the cloth. There we go. Okay. Brush, X, move that out, like so. Alright. What's that? Okay. Okay. And see what that looks like. Better. Okay. So I think there's a couple more things we can try and fix up right before you call it a night. This sucker. Might be overdoing it a bit. Just because I'm seeing the way I feel like the shoulder is like overdoing it. So yeah, just kind of relaxing some of the stuff that we are doing on this because it's feeling a little extreme, perhaps. And then, yeah, I think a lot of what's left in here might be coming from the roll. No, it's not rolling very far, though. It feels okay. Okay, yeah, that is a little bit more extreme, so let's just kind of reduce the intensity a little on either side. See if that helps. I think it is better. Something is still weird in the chest, though. Something is still, like, causing it to pop and bounce, and I don't care for that. I don't appreciate that. Doing what it's doing. I'm gonna go ahead and save, though. So I think we are getting there, right? I think we are improving it. It's still rough in a lot of places, but I do think we are getting a better understanding and cleaning stuff up. So I will take that. Yeah, I'm mostly just thinking, like, what else needs to be done? I know the arms are kind of broken again. I wish I understood better, like, why the spine is moving the way that it is, and it seems like, yeah, it's still having some issues in some spots. And that might be, like, enough of a problem in enough places. Like, even though it doesn't seem like it's, you know, bending or breaking that much, it might be enough that it's causing the distortions that we see, right? So, like, if we get rid of these guys in the middle so that we have more gradual slopes up and down, I wonder if that would help it at all. A little bit. There's still a few places where it's kind of getting really jittery janky, but location Z is looking like that. X. Get rid of you. Smooth that out. Smooth that out. Smooth that out. Okay, so those are at least consistent. Okay, so it's right on, like, this set. Of course, I'm messing entirely with the chest. It could also be on the hips. There could be weird things that the hips are doing. Well, so that's fun. Granted, it's a minuscule change, but get rid of as many. Oh, you're not even supposed to be here. Those keyframes are like way off timing. Okay, so then sort of the same deal, location Y. Okay, sure, we'll leave it. Z is at least oscillating normally. And the pitch. Okay, and then lastly, let's check the body control, see if there's any weird behaviors in here. It could be the location Z. I bet this is it. This might be it. Well, maybe not. Okay, well, unfortunately, we are at time. I think we're gonna have to continue to clean it up next time. Definitely found some interesting stuff for sure. Why are you so jagged? You know what? Let's do this. 'Cause I don't know why you're even like this. I mean, I kind of see, but your behavior is so all over the place. So I just want to see if zeroing this out helps it out at all, and then we're gonna call it a night. Probably not, but is anything that sort of simplifies the process. Yeah, it's less extreme for sure, but something is still causing a bizarre behavior. Okay, so moving these around does impact it some. Except that it doesn't have any changes happening, so it wouldn't be causing oscillation. Like, the only thing I think we would really be using that for is to try and compensate for the irregularity. And just for the sake of my own insanity, if we switch back to the other one, it goes like that, which, yeah, let's not do that. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. It's being very weird. Being very odd. I don't really appreciate that. But it's okay. Because we are gradually figuring things out. I just wanted to see what the... Okay. Yeah, the run animation, at least at a distance, doesn't look that fucked up. There's a little bit, like, the shoulders still don't look fantastic. But a lot of the rest of it is okay. Granted, most of what we've been reskinning is in the shoulders, and actually, I take it back, that shoulder looks, bad. So we will have to figure that out next time, I suppose. Of course you do. Oh, probably because the camera boom is in a certain way. Yeah, unfortunately the shoulders are looking kind of fucky again. So we'll have to figure out what we can do about that. I almost want to rebind it. I almost want to reweight it just to sort of get things back to how they were and then be a little bit more... What's the word? Less heavy-handed in the corrections. I feel like there was a lot of it that was working, and I think we kind of overdid it in some ways. So I might try at some point doing a bit of a rebind and just see if we can sort of do a second pass to make it less extreme. But I'm gonna be honest, every time I've tried doing rigging in the past, weight painting has just been the most aggravating part. I do not care for it, and I don't feel like any of the various methods and tools that people have come up with have really made it any better of a system. It's necessary, but it's rough on a good day, and I'm definitely not even remotely good at it. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we are over time. It is time to call it a night. So I'm gonna go ahead and start wrapping things up. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream, and let's all say goodnight to the VOD squad. See you guys this weekend. It is very intricate. It is very careful, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway,